Watch without us, bro. It was so early. I was in bed watching the Nintendo Direct. All right. Back to the grind we go. Well, we have a bastard sword. So I'm trying to think. We looted basically everything in Rando. There's a few things left in Sens. Dude, the bonfires in this run kind of fucking blow. I feel like we should try to clear out Undead Berg. Maybe. My fat roll. Do you see how slow I'm moving?
What you seem to be doing. Don't get your...
Guess we can go to the Berg. Yeah, Larks and I have been watching Widow's Bay. It's been fun. Oh, I hate fat rolling in this game. Like, honestly, I don't even mind the fat roll. It's just how slow you fucking move. That's the worst part. Like, I can barely fucking move. The chance of getting overloaded at this point is pretty low, because I have like nearly 20 endurance. Thing is, this guy might drop in a weapon replacement if I'm unlucky. Wait a sec. Wait, what did I just... Is the auto-equip working? I think it should be working. Okay, yeah, it's just I got 2 gloves. Well, I'm even heavier now. Yippee. It's my left hand. The tin banishment catalyst. Oh my gosh. What does this lady drop? Green tits? Is this fake? Oh, it's fake. God. Honestly, the bonfire mimics are kind of a meme, but they're funny. I don't really feel like they're like I don't really feel like I'm ever gonna die to the bonfire mimic, but hello? Salad might. True. Can you kill these skulls? No. And this bone wheel is so AFK. Eight hours in, no Lord Vessel in sight. Well, you gotta get to looting, buddy. Come up here. I don't want to fight this guy in this tiny fucking corridor. This is like a kiln Black Knight. Guy's got 1,000 fucking health. Hey, wake up. What the f— If I remember correctly, we actually— well, we looted everything except that one item down by the ladder with like 1,000,000 fucking enemies. I could probably loot that though, if I just use black fire bombs. I'm not gonna loot that yet. Alright, well, we have all this cleared out. Demon Titanite? I hate these guys, man. Jesus Christ. Dude, like, look at this. Wish I had green blossom. Trying to get him to like fall off probably would be the best, but god damn, this is awful. I'm surprised that he's this tanky against my weapon. He resistance against slash? Maybe. He's just fucking resistant to everything, I think. Oh, up in his ass? It's a +5 bastard sword, man. It does 250 damage. It's not that bad. These rats are so weird. The fuck? He dodged me? Damn. Impressive. Okay. There's an item down here that I need to loot. This is great. How is that not hitting the skeleton? It's like hitting an invis wall or something. That's so weird. Why is there an invis wall there? Oh my goodness. Well, that was fucking scary. This is gonna take a while, guys. Not even hitting him. Oh, this is awful. Yeah, I do not like him. All of this for one item, which is probably just gonna be fucking shit. I'm just gonna loot the item and run. I don't need to kill this guy. At least I hope. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I didn't think he'd be that fast. Oh, all of that for some fucking gloves. Alright, let's go get all of our shit. Guess we could probably fight Taurus, maybe? More gloves. Wow. What do the skeletons drop? I guess we'll never know. Wait. What? Some boots. Alright, well, nothing good here. That basilisk kind of scared me, dude. I thought he was alive for a sec. I'm surprised we looted all that and we didn't even find, like, a new weapon or anything, which is good, by the way. I'm not complaining, but a lot of the time you'll just surprised we didn't get our weapon replaced. Alright, we need to go see what's up there. Oh, that's kind of scary. Alright, well, Super Smoke should be okay. Slightly scared, but what's up, Dara? Great scythe. That's a good weapon. It's unupgraded now, but oh dear God. Not sure. There's a Dark Wraith, a Sanctuary Guardian, and a Dragon Butt. There's probably another enemy back there. I can't really tell what it is, though. He de-aggroed. Yeah, I don't know about this one. There's a Vagrant. Oh. Oh, he's back. Do I have the key for this? Alright, well this sucks. I don't know, man. I don't know if I really want to try this right now. Kill them with black fire bombs. I don't really know that's gonna work very well, but Dragon Butt's probably just gonna shit on me through the wall. Can't get here, right? Dude, that does like fucking no damage at all. This is horrible. If my weapon was upgraded, it would be okay, I think. I can bleed him though. Actually, we could do this. How come no sound? I don't know. How am I missing these, man? I mean, if I can get continuous hits, we should be able to get bleed pro. Like, we already bled him once. There we go. I mean, if you hit him like rapidly, then you can get bleed procs in like 4 or 5 hits. So exciting. All right, nobody's making you watch, buddy. I kind of feel like I should just run past this guy, but at the same time I kind of want to loot the bridge. God damn it. Yeah, but this is much faster just hitting him. Can you stop? All right, we're getting there. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get this back. No, I got it. It's insane how, like, easily abusable enemies are in Dark Souls 1 to backstabs. Alright, what do we got? An item I can't loot. And 2 twin humanities. Wow. Amazing. Can't remember, is there an item over here? I don't think there is. Should be able to bleed this guy. Honestly, this weapon is decent if you can actually bleed the target. Or, I mean, like, even at +0. It's a good weapon in general, of course. That's easy. Demon Titanite. Honestly, Demon Titanites from Hollows is pretty nice. Not sure I want to go forward here. I think it's gonna take me back to Blighttown. Oh no, I'm here. Okay. Oh, this is the wrong one. Oh yeah, let me fix the boss counter.
Don't get yourself.
I can't remember, did we get the depths key? I think we did. No, that was a different run. We also have the Blighttown key. I don't know, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm not really sure where I should go next. We could loot the area before Butterfly. That might be kind of chill. Yeah, I'll be back in a sec. Alright. What's up, Bane? Chat, why are you being cringe, huh? Alright. Oh, right. I didn't actually want to go. Said we were gonna go do the butterfly area. We should go see what butterfly is. Yeah, what's up, Bane? Am I ready for Dust Bloods? I mean, there isn't even a release date. Will I be in the closed network test? I don't know. Oh, I fucking hate this enemy, man. I'm not trying to fight this guy. Do I move slower in the water? Really thought he would have gotten staggered from that. No way, dude. This guy is so fucking annoying. Holy shit. Get back here, asshole. Am I not locking on? When you lock on in this game, you can only roll 4 directions. And it kind of sucks. Man, where's the bonfires here? Is that a... What is that? Is that a dragon butt? Is that 2 dragon butts? Bro, what the fuck? Well, there's fucking 3 feet, so I think so. Well, that's fucking great. Yeah, the DS1 Rando does love dragon bots. It's true. Be AFK until they get hit, since they activate when you loot the item. Yeah, but the problem is... Yeah, maybe I can just fight like one at a time. I don't remember, maybe they don't both aggro at the same time. Oh, I hate this enemy. Alright. We got him. There's no durability on the weapon. I mean, my weapon has durability, it's just... Durability isn't really an issue in Dark Souls 1, apart from like a few select weapons. My view botting? Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the guy I killed before. That was kind of a little scary, actually. Pump up that humanity. Can I get in trouble for saying this? I mean, it's just a joke. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. Goodbye, Smo armor. Oh yeah, we actually have the Crest of Artorias. So we could loot this area afterwards. Actually, we should probably go kill... Well, go see what the butterfly is, and if it's reasonable, we could go kill butterfly. This fake? No. Fire Sage. And that's actually pretty doable with the Great Scythe. I don't know if I should wait, though. He might also just fall off. We can bleed him, so shouldn't help a lot. He's just spamming his butt attack. Surprised he hasn't jumped back yet. Excuse me. Oh, more armor. Oh, I can actually mid-roll now. Nice. It's another boss. Crystal Greatsword? Oh, I think I'm back to fat roll now. Oh no, I'm actually still mid-roll. Well, Crystal Greatsword's good. What is that yellow item there? I guess, oh, I think that's from the stone guy that I killed. Why you gotta make me do this, little mushroom? I don't know if these guys even wake up when you grab that item. I actually don't know. Titanite chunk. I think we just have this one item over here. Or actually, wait, there might be two items. I don't know if we looted the item to the left here. Probably gonna lose the hat in like 2 seconds. Oh. My god, I'm light roll. Crazy. Can I warp to this one? No. Well, let's go upgrade this thing. Yeah, the longsword's not great, but we have charcoal pine resin at least. The resin has been helping a fair bit. I wish we had the weaponsmith box.
What?
Wait, why? I just realized, does the bonfire rando... Does the bonfire rando change bonfire warp logic? Seems like it does, because when I used the homeward bone there, it should have taken me back to the forest, which is what I thought was gonna happen. It's kind of annoying, actually. No, it seems like it's just it sets your last bonfire to the bonfire you warped to. Normally you have to like rest at a bonfire for it to set. For it to set your last position. I think if I go into this area, they shouldn't chase.
And here.
Oh, fuck. Good thing I fucking upgraded the... Was this a fake bonfire? Can I warp to this one? Of course not. There's like 2 dragon butts roaming the forest. Dude. Fucking blocking me. I don't know if I even need to kill this guy. I guess I'm going to. Oh, this thing is so bad. Honestly, I probably could have just ran in here and looted this shit and got out. Scared. Wow, 1 demon titanite. What's up, Jason? I think we only have 2 items left in this area. The item down here. Oh, key to the depths. I don't know if I killed the Hydra, though. I think I still need to do that. Alright, bro. Just stop fucking snipping me. Bro, fuck this item. Maybe I can warp to this one? Of course not. Why would I be able to warp to it? Of course not, man. God damn it. Dude, I'm not getting that item. That's a dragon butt, a black knight, a bone wheel, and a crystal golem. And all I have is this shitty rapier. Ugh. Yeah, I should probably go to New Rando. Is this thing upgraded with Titanite? It does. This thing is so bad. There's a few items in the Berg that I still need to loot. Oh, this is fun. Meow. Wait, what? Damn, the blob dropped down here? Oh. You're so fucking annoying, dude. He actually came through the door. That's fine. Ooh, okay. It's 20k souls. It's like a level up at least. Kind of sucks that we have a weapon we can't use right now, though. Oh my god, I have meme rolls active at the moment. It's kind of funny. You know what? Oh god, okay. Oh god, what the fuck is this? Does this guy have anything? His Moonlight Greatsword, which we can't use. Bro, what is this fucking skeleton? You need 25 decks for this. Weapon is ass, but doesn't it upgrade with Twinklies? Bro, what are these fucking enemies doing here? Wake up.
No, I'm fine. Well... Hello, I am the primordial, and the chose, so that now I assume that you are ready. Now, be still.
I feel like it's not really worth going past 20 decks in the rando though. Because like most weapons don't require more than 20 decks.
This is the Firelink Chamber for the successor of Lord Gwyn. Now, place them.
There's two weapons that require more than 20. What is it? The Dark Tracer and the the Gold Tracer? Yeah, Gold Tracer is good. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth putting 5. I guess it's 25 decks for that as well. There's so many weapons with like such high strength requirements. They're so fucking heavy as well. Am I gonna speedrun Ari Veronica? Yeah, I mean probably. I've ran all the new like modern Resident Evil games, so I imagine I'll also run. Oh yeah, let me put the Lord Vessel icon on now. Wait a sec. I just realized. There we go.
Very well. As king to achieve
I am using the tool that auto tracks. That's why it's on the screen, dude. Just the problem is once you place the Lord Vessel, it disappears from your inventory, so the game doesn't track it anymore. The program doesn't track it. Alright. Yeah, it's just a quirk with the Lord Vessel. Because yeah, once you place the Lord Vessel, it's not going to show up on the tracker anymore. So, even though you already have it. I mean, the tracker could probably be updated where, like, after you get the Lord Vessel, it just, like, stays. Oh, I never... How the hell did I miss this before? Of course, dude, fucking none of these bonfires are warpable. There's a bonfire right here, too. This is fake. Tracker still has the Lord Vessel on it? Yeah, because I manually updated it. Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of this, guys. I feel like I kind of need a weapon. I need a usable weapon, man. Should probably just buy something from Andre, I guess. I will say, it is annoying that... I don't know why the bonfires work this way, but it's kind of annoying that I can't, like, warp and go... and then, like, warp somewhere else and then bone back to the bonfire I warped from. It's actually kind of tedious. We killed the Drake in the valley. I don't know. I mean, we could go kill some more bosses. We could go do Fire Sage now. The problem is we can't... Dude, our warpable bonfires are so bad.
What?
I mean, we could get the Black Knight Great Axe. It's so heavy, though. Can't use the Grant. I kind of want to just try to find, like, a different weapon, but I don't... Oh, I don't know. I don't really want to buy the Black Knight Great Axe, but I don't know where to find... I don't know where to go to find a weapon, man. You know what? I'm gonna check. Oh, nice. No, we didn't clear the graveyard. I mean, we can go buy more black fire bombs and then go clear the graveyard, I guess, with the fire bombs, and we'll probably find a weapon there. This is the closest. Yeah, we do have the vendor under Firelink, actually. I guess we should go check him. What is this weapon? Unusable. Alright, well, we're maxed out on Titanite. Oh, I guess we could just buy the Morning Star. There is the Obsidian Greatsword, but I kind of want to keep looting, so I guess we'll just buy the Morning Star. The Ido's okay too, but it's fucking 20,000.
Another break with the beauty.
No, we already killed Sif. And Butterfly. We still need to go kill the Hydra replacement, though.
Oi!
Kind of want to try to kill this guy. But I should probably just wait until we have like a really strong weapon to kill him. Just so it doesn't take forever. And that guy is kind of scary. The Black Knight Halberd, is that the undead merchant? Need to be careful here. Oh god. This is really awkward because it's like this fucking vagrant is just looming. I think he might be going home now. Hey, Calster, thank you for the 12 months, man. Alright, we need to kill this guy. I need to, like, pull him out of the water, though. Need you to jump. Wow. Nice. Oh, Mask of the Father, though. That is nice. But yeah, Carl, thank you for the 5 months as well. I feel like most of the time Dust doesn't really have anything good, but I guess it's still worth checking. When does she appear? What do you mean? Well, you have to kill the Hydra and then kill the enemy that spawns there to save her. You have to quit out, though, or reload the area after you kill the Hydra. Yeah, nothing,
If thou art in need,
nothing great.
Wait, where?
Alright, well, we basically got everything here except that one item up on that ledge. We did everything for butterfly. I guess we should... I don't know where I should go, man. I don't want to go kill Fire Sage. Maybe we go to Blight Town and loot Blight Town. Actually, you know what? Let's go loot the graveyard. I am kind of tempted to go to the catacombs. I mean, we placed the Lord Vessel now. I want to check this merchant. Oh, he's got green blossoms. They're kind of expensive, though. Chunk. Hammer of Vamos, Dragon Greatsword. I mean, Dragon Greatsword could be good. We just need the strength for it. S-Stock. Well, he's got 3 weapons. Ring of Fog. Oh, Ring of Fog is actually pretty good. But I'm gonna hold off on that. Let's buy some arrows in case we get a bow.
Thank you.
I don't want to get a few green blossoms. I don't know, 2,000 each is like kind of rough.
Thank you. Have I checked Logan shop? No, I don't have enough int for that. Am I using the new controller? No. Honestly, if it had the PlayStation stick layout, I think I would probably still keep using it, but I really don't like the Xbox layout that much. It's not comfortable for me. I mean, we could loot... Oh no, we didn't actually kill the Hydra here. We don't have a shield though. I use like the DualSense Edge, I think it's called. Yeah, I use the back paddles.
Is that a dragon butt? Oh god. I mean, I think the layout that you use is ultimately just preference more than anything. I think they're both fine. Well, that was kind of sus. That could have been really bad. Oh god. Fuck. It's good. Yeah, I mean it's okay. It's just I don't have this fucking stats to use it, man. Well, we have black fire bombs at least. Yeah, we could... Honestly, if we pop all of our souls, we might have close to enough to get 27 strength. Damn, bro's got hands. Holy shit. Dude, this fucking this sucks. This is chill at least. Skirt. Yo, what's up, Bach? Thank you for the reset, buddy. Oh, this bonfire situation really blows, man. Like, this is actually so shit. Maybe there's a bonfire further down that we can get, that we can warp to, Copium. Please. There was this bonfire. I guess we can rest here. The thing is, this bonfire isn't warpable. We can warp away from here, though. Oh yeah, we can enter the Covenant. Traveling boots. Nice. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. All right. I kind of want to try that Lucky Tower Ultimate game today. See what it's like. I bought it. Okay. There should be a bonfire somewhere up here. Hopefully. The thing is, though, because I placed the Lord Vessel, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get invaded by fucking Kirk here. Which is not good. Just kick him off. It's kind of scary, though, depending on what weapon he gets. It's like, I don't even have a weapon. Wait, there's a bonfire here. Well, maybe. Oh, come on, let me warp. Please let me warp to this. Yes! Demon City, okay. Thank God. Alright, that's good. So we can warp down here now. No, let's see. What if I pop all my souls? Maybe I can use this thing. Come on, man. Do I have enough? All right, we can use it. And I don't know, I'm still kind of scared of fucking Kirk. Oh god. Oh my god, I can't believe I almost just got myself killed. Jesus Christ. They have such long aggro range, it's crazy. Bruh. That was fucking scary. At least it wasn't a dragon butt on top of everything else. Alright. How do the bonfire mimics work? There's just like extra bonfires that spawn that are fake, that like attack you. They're really not that. It's more of just like a gimmick. It's not really that. Doesn't actually change things that much. Bruh. Oops. I got a little greedy there. Oh, it's that fucking guy. Ugh. Well, he doesn't do that much damage. Damn, that's good backstab damage. Alright, well, we can try to clear over this way. I don't know. I feel like I should just go to the catacombs. Just to, like, make progress. I don't know, just to, like, get the... I feel like I should just do Great Hollow in the catacombs. To get it out of the way with. This thing doesn't have much... Oh no, this thing has insane durability. What the fuck? I think it's the R2 though that uses like a lot of durability, right? Yeah. I'll take that. That's pretty good too. Thing is, these bonfires could be warpable, but I don't really want to rest at them. Oh, well. I think we have 2 items left to loot here. The one up there. I might just go try to kill the boss with this, though. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I'll just loot the stuff. Surely I'm not going to get an unusable weapon. Oh, what if it's Gwyn though and I just threw away my shield? That would be fucking sad. Well, we're still mid-roll. Well. Oh, it's actually the one boss that is fine with this fucking +0 mace. Lucky. And the tracking on that attack is so good. Yeah, massive damage, I know. Oh, it's so good. Well, at least we got our black fire bombs. This real? Of course not. Some humanity. There's an item down this, right? Oh, wait, no. Well, the shortcut is already activated, isn't it? Now that we've killed the boss, I'm pretty sure it just auto-activates. Just gonna see what this is. And then I'm gonna bone out. Is that butterfly? It's kind of green. I don't think it's Gwen. I think it's butterfly. Alright, well that's really awkward. I mean, if we actually had... throwing firebombs. Alright. Purple Coward's Crystal. There isn't really anything else we can loot here at the moment until we get the orange charred ring, so... The item in the corner, can I get that item? I don't know, the problem is I don't have any... I don't have any heals. Oh, great. That's fantastic. Okay, well, that blows. Hmm. Well, if I gave enough humanity, I could... I don't have the right of kindling. Man, I don't really know where I should go right now. Also, why was there like an enemy right next to the bonfire when I spawned in? It's strange. Not here anymore. God damn it. Could go to the painted world. Dude, I don't even have a bonfire in Rando. It's so bad. Oh, fuck. This is really fun. I think the Hammer of Vamos upgrades with Twinklies. I don't know if I want to buy it yet, though. I mean, we still have the Black Knight Great Axe. Fuck it, I don't want to use it. This crossbow is so bad. I guess let's just go try to kill some Some more bosses, maybe. I mean, it has pretty good damage. 280 plus 100 fire. I think we killed Stray Demon, right? Yeah, we did. We just didn't have the key. I feel like we should maybe try to... Maybe we'll do Catacombs and go try to kill Pinwheel. How much backstab damage? 500? Pretty good. I want to loot the graveyard, but... Thing is, I'm pretty sure these enemies are gonna... I think if I clear the graveyard and then go to the catacombs, the enemies are gonna despawn. Or respawn, rather. Okay, we have an actual bonfire here. Oh, bloated head. Doesn't this thing give, like, crazy curse resist or something? Stop picking stuff up. Well, the thing is, enemies always drop. Like, enemies have, like, fixed drop table, so... Kinda curious if this bonfire is warpable. The Deathly Bone Pit. Right next to a fucking pitchfork guy. That enemy can't drop a weapon. Well, he could. But if he drops a weapon, that means he's always gonna drop a weapon. that makes sense. Yeah, the hammer's really good. Dragon butt, my favorite. Maybe we can just not aggro him. I think this guy didn't aggro. He would have shit on me. Stop buffing. Man, this hammer's so good though. Shredding. Look how much damage this fucking archer is doing because he was buffed. Crazy. I only have one Lord Soul though. Wait, could I have just... Don't really like this guy. God damn it, dude. Gold prime. Did he fall?
gone with you. You spoil my focus.
How the hell did you get down here, buddy? Alright, what you got, dude? More blooming clump. Don't think we're ever gonna need repair powder, but why not? Oh, he has basically nothing.
Now where have you gone?
Oh my god, we got a shield. I'm fat now though, but that is actually good. We're against Gwen. Dude is tanky. Watch Gwen be the one boss not in the pool. I mean, it's possible. Thing is, I don't have... This could end very poorly. We already fought Calamite. I feel like it might be Gwen. Fat roll dodging that grab is not fun. Yeah, this shield actually saved us. Like, genuinely. I didn't even see what that was. I got it. Alright, now we are gonna make our way... We do have the Lord Vessel. We need to loot everything here now. So we gotta slowly make our way back through. Oh shit. That bonfire, the bonfire's fucked. Let me see. It is... Okay. It's fine. Oh, there's so much shit we have to clear out here, man. Oh. I want to just kill everything before I start looting, because I might end up with the fucking terrible weapon. I mean, I don't really want to get rid of the +5 hammer. But at the same time... Oh god. Yo, Mitch, thank you so much for the raid. Oh. Jesus. Oh, the chain armor. My chat is perfectly normal. Yeah. Thing is, I never switched this bridge. Can I even... I think there is a way back up. I just don't fucking remember where. Oh. I think there's like one item down here. I'm gonna use the shroom. I'm kind of scared. I don't think I need to be, but... Bro, who is fucking shooting me? Who the fuck? Yeah, I think the shroom there was a good idea. Ooh. Nice. Not nice. I shouldn't have picked that up. $50,000 for standard arrows. Okay. Make it fire. Can I?
If that'll be all.
Alright, we got our fire longbow +5. I mean, that's not bad. Oh, Forest Kitty, thank you for the 25 months. I'm sorry, Yanash, I didn't see it. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, man. No, Abyss. It'd be kind of abusable if you could do that, to be honest. Let's just go to the same spot. I think it does, right? Yeah, thank you again for the raid, Mitch. Thank you, dude. Dark fog. Wait a second, so how the hell do I get up to the top? Because I'm not sure I understand. Do we have the Eye of Death? Remember, is that a key item? I don't think we can go. Back to where I mushroomed. I'm so bad at, like, navigating this place. Is that back up this way? Oh. He's poisoned. Massive damage. Hey Chubcat, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, I saw the Ocarina of Time remake. Seems cool. Okay, now we're back here. Now we just gotta loot the rest of the stuff. Did I loot the item that's... I guess I did. God, this bow sucks, man. You want a weapon swap? Bow is boring? Yeah, well... I don't have a choice, bruh. I use what I get. I think we've looted mostly everything here. I think there's... Oh wait, this could be downgraded into another weapon. Is that a fucking Taurus demon? What even is... Where is this? Is there an item in there? Wait, how do I get to this item? Do I have to drop from this bridge? Is it this, like, stairwell here? Oh, you gotta drop down the other spot. I see. I don't know if it's better to roll or if I should just run off. Maybe just run off. Okay. Need a new Rando. Oh, we got the item at the bottom. Thing is, can I still walk off being this fucking fat? I think I can. Nah, that's fine. Bro. Fucking overloaded. Actually, I think I can fix this. I think we can downgrade the weapon here, right? So.
Now where have you gone?
Plus 10 Great Club, baby. Trying to think, is there any other items that we need to loot? I feel like we got mostly everything, but where the Taurus was. Is there anything where the Taurus was? Am I being baited by chat? Alright. An item in the Taurus room. I feel like there isn't. But I guess I can go. And I'm getting tired of this place. Sun's Fortress really isn't that bad to loot, actually. There's an item in there. Please don't lose the Great Club. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm okay with that one. Right, we can actually warp. We can get out of here now. The Deadly Bone Pit. It's nice having this weapon, but we are very fat. 12, 8, 7.
get yourself.
I don't really want to kill the chain prisoner. I think I just want to kill some bosses now. Question is, like, what bosses should we do? I think we should go to Rando. I think there might be some armor we could buy from the merchant on the way up. Can't believe we don't have a single bonfire in Rando that we can warp to. Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna do Painted World.
Go along, try and make... But
This fucking chess piece. But nothing he has is really better.
There you go, another break. Just hit the...
I guess buying that armor was kind of pointless, but it's alright. Yeah, the warping situation is not great, though. Alright, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Alright. I will say we're making pretty good pace on this run. I feel like we've cleared out a lot of areas. I mean, 14 bosses, 5 hours. It's not bad. I just wish we could mid-roll right now. Oh, damn it. I think I would have died if I went for that. Yeah, we have yet to see Fap Ring. There's actually 2 Fap Rings in the Rando as well. Good thing we left the lift in the center position, otherwise we would have had to go through the rafters again. Which probably wouldn't have been very fun. I think I would rather do Blight Town than Tomb of the Giants. Problem is, in Tomb of the Giants, you just literally can't see anything. Like, yeah, it's just, if there's like a super fucked enemy in a bad position, there's not really much you could do. Honestly, I feel like doing Tomb of the Giants early is actually not a bad idea. Not like super early, but... What happens if you find both FAPs at the same time with auto-equip? Yeah, that's a good question. Weapon is so strong. It's fucking one tap the dog. Literally just one-shotting everything. There's some green blossom. Oh my god. We just one-shot a fucking stone golem. That's crazy. A fucking double hit. guy is like stuck inside me. Humanity is trolling. So many fake bonfires, dude. My goodness. Oh my. It's at the top. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Jesus Christ. Dude, this is so... Okay, can I like back up so they come in here or something? Dude, what the fuck, man? Oh, I killed the fucking... Oh, nice. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck did I kill? Die, you bitch. Oh, Jesus. I definitely could have died there. I was probably not playing nearly patient enough, but... I'd imagine doing that if we didn't have the Black Knight Greatsword. I mean, I guess the fire bombs were doing okay, but... Oh, hello. Will I trigger an invader? Yeah. If I go too far forward, yeah. Guess we should probably wait. I hear like a scissor guy. He's like chopping the trees or something. Oh wow, what a nice bonfire. Oh wait, this enemy dropped something. Oh, that could have been bad. Still alive? Yeah, we need to hit the... Where does this ladder go again? No, I didn't do Priscilla yet. I mean, my strat when I do this part of the game is to... Oh, this is the scissor guy. But I basically like fully clear the area and then I kill the boss. Although the thing about killing the boss here is if it's a DLC boss and I'm stuck mid-rolling, that could be a problem. Drop the hanged body. I mean, it doesn't... You can just throw a firebomb at it too. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fight a DLC boss with that roll. We already killed Calamite, I think. There's a fucking chain prisoner in there too. This looks awful. Follow up. Oh, this enemy is so bullshit. Dude, he's got fucking 3,000 health. What is that? It's the weak variant. Was it though? Maybe. Oh no, the Sanctuary Guardian killed himself, I think. Didn't actually drop anything though. Okay, this is chill.
I expected as much from thee. Why dost thee hurry toward thine death? But why? What seeketh thee?
Good thing I didn't fucking pick that up. What the what even is this weapon? 22 dex? Well, mostly everything is dead. I think there might be a few enemies alive still, but... Rip to the greatest weapon. Well, I mean, we were gonna lose the weapon regardless. My goal was to just come here, kill the boss, and then loot the area. Like, I don't want to have to loot this place a second time. It's not worth it. Well, Drakior, you were wrong though, because this also requires more than 20 dex. Old move.
Other arrows. Oh, that's good. That's pretty nice. Bolt Club. What is that sound? Why are you in front of the ladder now? Dude, what is fucking screen shaking so bad? What is that? Oh god. Oh Jesus Christ, I didn't even see these guys here. God damn it. It's fine, chat. We're just trying to do a skip, but I failed. If I loot those items down there, I'm gonna get the invader on me, which... I'm trying to think what else we have to loot. There's like an item down below. Maybe 2 items. It's actually kind of crazy how much loot is in this place. Alright, this is here. I get turned around in this fucking place all the time.
And where the fuck? This way? Do I have the annex key? I don't think I do. Oh wait, I do. I don't even have to do the skip. Or wait, is that the annex? This fucking blows. Damage is so bad. Oh, the bird fell off. I remember, is there an item down here? Or is it just that one item? I actually feel like there's something down there, but I don't know. I don't see anything. Oh, wait. Oh, no, there is an item. I think it's by that blacksmith guy. Oh, I miss my Black Knight Greatsword. Hey, my bad, bro. My bad. Fuck off and just die, dude. Oh. I kind of want to just rush through this area, but I'm like trying not to be greedy. Oh my. Yeah, I still have the BKH at the Undead Merchant. Is there anything down here? I think we've already been down there. I don't know. Man, I don't know. It's hard to keep track of everything. There's so many items to loot in this area. I think we just have the items by the invader now. Ooh. Wait, I'm not invaded. I think it's like a very specific spot you have to stand to get invaded. I don't know if he could drop something important, though. Where the fuck is the mimic going? Oh, because the boss is dead, right? Yeah. Alright, well... I think we got... Oh, yeah, there's the item around the cliff. Wait, did we also get... Is this the annex key item that I was looking at before? Wait, how do you get this one again? Oh wait, there's also that item. Skull lantern. How the hell do you get... I know there's like a skip you can do to get to this ledge. I always get this confused. Did I get here from... so many items? Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say it's through the underground. Oh wait, no, it's just right here. We have it open. Very large ember. And very fat character. Actually, no, we're not that fat. I guess because the rapier is so lightweight. Alright. Oh yeah, there is the item to the left of the stairs. God, yeah, there is so much loot here. Great sword. Oh, now we're fat. And then... Right, the annex item. Then I think we're good. Oh, a Mask of the Mother. Item behind the wall near the cliff. Yeah, but I already got that item. I don't think I missed anything, chat. At least I hope. I don't know, because there is that, there's the area down there, but I thought I went there. I don't remember how you get there normally, but... I think it was... Jesus. I didn't skip any cutscene. It would be cool if you could see, like, the items per area. There was, like, an item tracker or something. We're getting a bit low on humanity, which is slightly concerning. Oh yeah, we can kindle now. Library of the prison, okay. We can go upgrade and we can warp back here. Go tomb with the lantern. I mean, I could. I don't know if I want to, though. I do also have Mask of the Mother. But, yeah, I don't know.
Wow.
Still got some good weapons for us, too.
Don't get yourself...
We can't get plus 10. We have the very large ember, not the large ember. Yeah, we still have the Black Knight Halberd and the Black Knight Great Axe available to buy. Alright, I'll be back in a moment. I'll take a short break. Be right back, chat. Alright, I'm back. Oh. I'll fix the timer. Just a sec. 8? Oh, not this shit. I'm surprised he didn't hit me there. Yeah, the bonfire mimics are... Honestly, it's kind of like a gimmick, but... It's not really all that threatening. But I mean... I don't know, it's still cool. They should one-shot you? Yeah, that would be real fun. Stop that. I could have interrupted that. I'm just scared, man. Like if I try to interrupt that and then I bonk the wall, I'm like fucking dead. Well, you can... they're actually really... I don't think there's a way to tell if it's a mimic bonfire. They just don't really, like, do that much. Like, you might take a little bit of damage, but... Overall, it's nothing... It's nothing that bad. Jesus. Oh, this guy's so fucking annoying. Dude, stop fucking jumping back, man! The green blossoms are helping a lot, at least. Dude, why is he why are you jumping back so much? Yep. Nice. Good thing I had all those extra Estus. Alright, please no fucking bone wheel. Okay. Man, the stamina usage on this greatsword is brutal. It's nice though that at least does pretty good damage. Damn, the physics. Extra key? Wait, what is... I think you have to get the key for the big doors somewhere down here in the Rando, right, still? I don't remember how it works. Oh boy. Is this guy gonna climb the ladder? No. Not a problem. Can I warp here? I don't think so. Yeah, no, that's not what I mean, though, Drake. You're like I can't warp back to this place. Yeah, we should probably level up a bit. I feel like I should try to get 34 strength so I can use the 50 strength weapons if I get them. I don't remember, how do you get that item down there again? I think you have to go through one of these doors, right? Oh yeah, it's in the one... Yeah, it's in my cell. You're right. I remember, that's... For some reason I was thinking there was one on, like... on one of the pillars, but... yeah, speaking of getting high strength... I might be able to get enough. Probably not. desperately using everything. Well, we're only 1 point away, so it actually still does 230 damage, but... Oh, wait. $31 is actually enough. You don't need 32. Yeah, we could upgrade this thing. The thing is, if we... Oh, god damn it. So the thing is, if we do this, then... we can't warp back. I have smith box? I don't think I do. If I did have the weaponsmith box this whole time and I didn't realize, that would be pretty fucking stupid. Just want to backstab you, man. They're fucking hard to, like, their tracking is so good that it's so hard to backstab them. They're easy to parry, but I don't have a shield. This weapon is surprisingly kind of shit. I mean, I know it's unupgraded, but... Dragon upgrades are so cheap and easy. Yeah. Yeah, why are Demon Titanite well... Oops. Why are Demon Titanite weapons... Well, this is even worse. This is fucking worse. I mean, with resin, the rapier is, like, okay. You know, I'm not actually sure, like, in the rando, how does the logic work? Because... How do you get back? How do you get back to the other side? Like if you don't do Duke Skip. The passage opens when you go to the prison. Oh, okay. I was actually just thinking that. I wasn't sure if it was... Yeah, that makes sense. Aw. Is that like an upgrade material? I guess it could have been large shards. Hail axe. Oh, enchanted falchion. Oh. Goodbye, enchanted falchion. I don't know, I just want to loot everything. I don't really care that much about holding on to like a specific weapon. I'm trying to remember if there's any other... I wonder where the bonfires are around here. With the resin, like, resin can make you deal pretty good damage even if your stats, or even if, like, your weapon is +0. Oh, is that a bonfire? Oh no, that's a dog. Really? That's a mimic over there, isn't it? Oh god. Jeez. I'm not trying to get fucking trapped in there with this fucking guy. Oh, the repair box. Okay, I'm killing this guy. He's gonna be annoying. Wow, that damages. These guys are really weak to lightning, I think. That was not worth grabbing. Rip my Mask of the Mother. Oh, God. This is so bad. All right, well. I'm going for the skip. I remember how did I do this before? Is it just like the turnaround animation? Can't remember if I was like punching. I think I was punching. I mean, I could also just, you know, not loot this item and then practice it off stream on another character and then come back and do it no problem. I mean, there's like the normal drop isn't even that bad. You just need to know how to do it. Which I will admit, I don't have like a setup or anything. And why is it not? Setups change depending on your weight. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you, well, it depends what the setup is. You can just walk off where the rotating stairs are. What do you mean? Why can I not? Oh, I can't fucking, well, I can't plunge. And I'm so fat. Nice. Nice extra. Fuck! I'm spamming R1 so hard it fucking buffers it. I don't know, it's like I feel like I have to jump more to the right, but when I jump more to the right, it doesn't work. This shit is actually kind of difficult shot. It's honestly a lot easier just to do it the fucking intended way. It's, well, I mean, it's easy if you know what you're... Can't get it. I don't know. The plunge is just not going through. It's just, he just won't fucking plunge. Fucking plunge, you bastard! Oh my god, dude. Oh, getting triggered. He just won't fucking do it, dude. Oh, I was too far. Okay, yeah, nice buffered. Ugh! This stupid peg. Oh my god, we did it. It's not even something we can loot, bro. Is that large shards? Amazing. All that effort for nothing, yep. Welcome to Dark Souls. Oh! Wait, maybe we should... Oh, the problem is I'm so fucking fat, man. This is a really good weapon, and we can upgrade it with twinklies, but... Like, we should probably go kill Seath with this. We need to find a bonfire. I mean, there's the bonfire at the start of Sens, at least. Who is this guy? I'm gonna try to see if we could find a bonfire out here. Oh. Maybe? Can I warp here? I don't think I can, but see, this is the thing that's like so annoying about the bonfire rando. It's like the one thing that I wish, I don't know why it does this, but like in normal Dark Souls 1, I could teleport somewhere else, and then when I bone, it'll still teleport me back to the bonfire that I warped from, and not the one that I warped to. But for some reason, this bonfire rando mod makes it so when you warp to a bonfire, it gets like set as your last bonfire, which means like I could go and upgrade at Andre, but then I'm gonna have to run back. I'm gonna have to run all the way back. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I'm not sure if it always works like that. It might be like a quirk of the new version or something. Where's this thing?
get yourself.
Damn. Well, we are loaded. Maybe I should have checked the merchant at Firelink. Maybe I could have gotten better armor so I'm not fat rolling. Oh god. Jesus. Yeah, that's the problem. When you get a really strong weapon, you just start getting greedy. You do so much fucking damage. I'm just keeping you guys on edge, you know. Gotta keep things interesting. What the bro. Jesus Christ, bruh. What the fuck? Why is this dude so fucking tanky? Where did it even come from? That corner. Oh, there's another one. That's great. Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. Bro, is this black? Is this He's got to be a black phantom, but he's not colored properly or something. These enemies are fucking insane. Same with the other guy. Oh my fucking god, what is this? Oh my god, he almost just pushed me off. I think this guy won't aggro. Holy dragon scales. Dragon butt, my favorite. Classic. Oh, there's a bonfire here. Don't want to aggro the dragon butt. Oh my god. What? He dropped a fucking hand axe? My fucking weapon, dude! Oh, and now a weapon I can't use. Amazing. Thanks, game. Can downgrade it. Oh yeah, is this a boss weapon? Can't warp here either. Oh. Kind of feel like it's better to go back to the start. I don't know know if I want to climb back up. I guess if I didn't rest at the bonfire, I could have climbed back up, because then most of the enemies were dead. Yeah, I think I can downgrade Abyss Greatsword. It is a... It's better than a weapon I can't use. God, by the end of this, I'm gonna have ran to Andre like 30 times. Oh, dude, I kind of wish the weaponsmith box was just like... if you just had it by default, but... at the same time, it wouldn't be, like, if you found it, then it... I don't know. Like, it's exciting when you find it, but... I feel like most of the time, it's not really, like, you're not really in danger going to the blacksmith.
Well,
Yeah, fucking bandit's knife plus 10.
oi!
That is terrible. Alright, I'm gonna get 34 strength. Now we can use the 50 strength weapons. Not terrible with gold pine. I mean, if you can bleed the target. No, we still have 2 Black Knight weapons, but... I don't know, the thing is, there's still items we need to loot in this area. Kind of want to just try to run fast. So, I don't know, dude. I don't want to fucking kill everything here. Well, it is dangerous, but... if we didn't have black fire bombs there, we might have actually just gotten fucking destroyed. Are you fucking serious right now? Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude. What are you doing? He has Mask of the Father. His light, helm, and gloves. I don't think my helm and gloves weigh that much though. 3 and 3. It's just it's the chest. I think I'm still mid-roll right now though. Field. Okay, hopefully the black phantom enemies are gone. Dude, I don't know what the fuck was going on there. Like, That was absurd. How much damage that one guy fucking dealt. Oh god. Did I turn off grave lording? No. I didn't. Because I feel like it makes it more interesting, even though it is kind of bullshit. Getting as far away from this guy as I can. I'm scared of this Taurus demon, though. Ugh. Just gonna run. Hopefully he'll fall off or something. Isn't there one more item, like, to the left after the final invisible bridge as well? I know that there's the invis pathway item, but I'm not... I will save that for later. That item is scary. What the fuck? What? What is bro doing? I don't think I have prism stones. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to try to grab that item, to be honest. Oh wait, there is the item... on this bridge. Alright, I'm out of here. We have that one item left on the invis path, but I don't fucking care. We should probably go do New Rando. Yeah, we still have a BKH that we can get. I think we should feed Frampt just to clear up our inventory. No, we don't have the large ember.
Very well, then. Are you ready? I am.
Do the enemies still stay?
Farewell.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Chosen.
You're going down to the altar, buddy. What a soothing sound, thank you. Hey, we got 37,000 souls out of that. I know it was kind of 57,000 actually. All right. Right, we were gonna go do New Rando. We have one Faraday per soul. Deadly Bone Pit, Demon City. Right, Demon City is the one... like before Fire Sage. I feel like we've gotten a little unlucky with the warpable bonfires this run. God, I'm... keeps getting too far away. Could have sworn there was a dragon butt here the last time. Guess I just got lucky. Come here, buddy. What did this guy drop? I have not gone to the Great Hollow yet. It is so quiet. Kinda eerie. There's normally like a million fucking enemies in this room. No, no, no! Not again. Not again, man. Fuck's sakes, dude. These fucking bone wheels. I knew I should have been more careful, but like I didn't. God damn it, man. I don't know. I was just chilling, man. I killed 2 of the enemies that were in there. So I figured if I go in, it'll be fine. But the bone wheel got me perfectly there. Well. Good run. God damn it, man. I tried to like toggle escape out of that, but I couldn't. It's because I'm not, like... I should have been more careful there, but... I don't know, man. It's funny though, because like a lot of the time you can get hit by a bone wheel and it won't actually, like it'll just hit you a little bit and then it'll go past you. But like sometimes they get you with like the perfect angle where they just, that doesn't happen. I don't know. I should have been more careful going into that room, but I don't know. I killed 2 enemies. I couldn't remember how many enemies were in there. I knew it was either like 3 or 4, but I saw what was it like? The 3rd enemy was like a hollow, so I was just like, whatever the 4th enemy is, I don't even know where he was exactly, but yeah, I don't know. I didn't really feel the danger. Let me watch this back. Yeah, he was just in the corner there. Yeah, I guess there is 4 enemies. He was just in the back right corner. He was just right there. You could see him a tiny bit. But I think when I turned my camera, I was like focused on the hollow. I did not see this guy. Pain. Oh, I do. Bone wheels really are my nemesis though. Like actually. They just always get me like when I'm least expecting it. I was feeling good about that run, man. I thought we were gonna take that one to the end, honestly. But my greed got the best of me. I don't know. That's the thing though, like knowing how many enemies are in a room is actually like pretty important, because honestly almost all of my bone wheel deaths, well, not all of them, but a lot of the bone wheel deaths have been to like enemies that I didn't know were there.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed.
I'm gonna stretch, chat. I'll be back in a minute.
Shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers, and man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark sign.
Did I die? What does it look like? Oh, man. Fine. This run's gonna be even better, surely. What about Lucky Tower? I think I'm still gonna do a bit of Lucky Tower today. Might just try to get a run going, at least a little bit here. What the? can actually plunge attack Fire Sage. Oh, the damage. Yeah, I don't know. The bone wheel wasn't that unlucky, to be honest. I mean, the thing is, it's still
in the ancient legends.
that bone wheel being there.
That one day an undead shall be chosen.
Like if that bone wheel pushed me back onto the bridge behind me, it could have gone pretty badly. If I just went in there and rolled past him though, then it would have been like a free kill on him. I don't know. That was just like, it was my mistake.
Very well.
What happened? What do you think happened?
Now.
Gloves. That's decent.
Come again.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, wait. We didn't even get the Black Knight Greatsword. Just got replaced by the fucking Cestus. Oh man, bone wheels are so fucking bullshit, dude. Where's the fucking bonfire, man? Like, I need to find the Firelink bonfire, dude. Still curious. I feel like it could spawn under the elevator, like in this room. No, it's not in the same spot. You could see it. Oh. Okay. You know what? Whatever, man. I don't even know where the goddamn bonfire is. Where the fuck is it, man? It's nowhere. Yeah, I guess it was in the sewers. Honestly, I find like the start of the run is like the most fun part about this, like seeing, I don't know. So I like the challenge at the beginning of the run. It definitely feels like, and I also like that I'm not, I don't really care if I die at the beginning of the run.
In the air.
Fuck the bonfire mod. I don't know, I think the bonfire mod is cool. It does make it like a little tedious in some ways, but I like it. Bone wheel doesn't miss, yep. Yep. You want a new FromSoft game? Don't we all, buddy?
Regrettably.
Get out of here. Dude, these fucking walls, man. Don't you scream. Dude, can I hit him? He's exploding again. Dude, this Dark Wraith has been Chill, bro. He's been on me the whole fucking time. Light town key. He's gonna ride the crow.
Very well. Now.
Got some okay stuff. Okay. Well, Soul of a Hero is good. Damn, we are looking thick. My goodness. Oh, that's a good bonfire. Nice. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Oh my, I'm such a cheater. Oh my, I'm just goated with it, I guess. Alright, that was a little that's a little OP doing that. Let's see. Salad's reporting me as we speak. Basically, you can dupe souls, but it's frame perfect. Well, yeah, I mean, all the dupes work, but I'm not gonna... I go for the frame perfect one, because... I don't know, I mean, it is a little OP when you get it, I guess, but it is frame perfect, so... Might as well zip. The more you do it, the better you get. Yeah, I mean, there's like a visual cue for it, but it's still like... It's still very difficult to hit it, like, consistently. No, I actually want to play more Idols of Ash. Honestly, maybe we should have done that after we just lost the previous run. I'm gonna go to Great Hollow on this run. Fuck it, dude. I'm feeling crazy.
Come back soon.
We're going deep. Probably not even gonna make it to Great Hollow. Oh, that's fucking fantastic. You know, I wonder though, does this will this poison prevent me from getting poisoned in the lake? Did you do the frame dupe? You basically press like the interact button the same frame that you use the item. It's like the same frame that the item gets removed from your inventory. Oh, good God. Oh my God, I heard... You know, I think that's the one time where maybe headphones would have saved me there. I heard her, but I was like, I didn't know where she was shooting from. Oh. It's what you get for duping. Okay, dude, shut the fuck up. Oh, God damn it, man. I want to go to Great Hollow. You're not wearing headphones? No, I get kind of like... I don't really like wearing headphones for like 8 hours straight. It's just... a lot of time it kind of ends up giving me a headache. Bro. Forest demon. Bro, what is this fucking seed? Dude, what is this? Alright, yeah, I lose. I get it. Yeah, alright, just fuck me then, dude. Dude, the double worm seed? Bro, that's absurd. That is like, actually, there's nothing I can do. I don't think I've seen that yet, where like... That was so stupid. All right. That was very interesting. I do like the early game. All dragon nuts. Oh. Damn. Well, we got Gwendolyn. Means Gwendolyn's not gonna show up and kill me. Bro, no fucking way, man! What is this, dude? Wait. Oh, okay, I can get past him. I thought he was gonna block the whole fucking way, dude.
Regrettably,
Gee, dude, chill, bro. Holy crap. Oh god, no, not that. Die. Oh. Okay. Okay, we gotta find the bonfire. Come on, give us an easy bond. Oh! Ask of the Father? Keep the weapon? I mean, I should, but I just don't care. Like, I don't know. I don't find... I don't like just like rushing bosses. I like actually looting some stuff at the beginning. The weapon is good.
Very well. Now,
Dragon Tooth, Guardian Tooth.
come again.
I mean, the best strat in the rando is genuinely just to like rush the bosses, but very large ember again. Just gonna see if I can pick up a few souls here before I go to the tree. Man, we are heavy. All right, watch this. That was way too late. All right, we're pumping health. We're going to the tree. Round 2. Hopefully there isn't... This has got to be fake, right? Cool, man. I mean, I knew it was fake, and I still did it. I was... I only have myself to blame, really. Airbox. I don't know if I... okay. I don't know if I should bother looting this stuff. It might be better to just go straight there. We have 10 Estus and 1 humanity. We do have a decent bit of health, though. A bow. Great. Doesn't this staff actually, like, weigh a decent amount? No, it's only 2. And we have Mask of the Father, and we're still fat. Oh, there's dragon butts at Upper Blighttown. That's fantastic. Oh my god, I thought I was just gonna get myself fucking killed there. Oh Jesus. Oh god, no. Go, go up the ledge. Still fat rolling. I mean, there isn't really... I feel like we might as well... Like, I don't know if I should loot this other stuff, because we're gonna have to come back down to Blighttown regardless. Like, we're never gonna loot all of Blighttown in one go, so... I'm sorry. Doesn't seem too bad so far. Man, we are just picking up a bunch of junk. This is chill. Yeah, the bone wheels got me. Tragic. We have another humanity, though. That's good. Dude, bone wheels are fucking dangerous, man. Trying to remember where I go from here. Jesus Christ. Oh, stone pants and gloves. Amazing. Ooh, that's good. better way of doing this part. Or like a faster way. I think this way takes less fall damage though. You can drop like right next to this item from what I remember. Usable weapon. Yeah. I think we drop from here. Oh, goodness. Alright. That was smooth. Yeah, that bone wheel's not getting me. Maybe a different bone wheel, though. Go, go, go. How close to being fat am I? Oh, not that close. Yeah, we can't really kill Seath. Unless we could use the halberd. How much damage do I do? $47. Like 2,000 more hits. It's... yeah, it's pretty bad. What about the R2? shield does 7 damage, chat. I don't know, like I kind of want to kill him. Oh, this is so ass though. It's gonna take 5 hours. I mean, it's gonna take like 5 minutes probably, which I'm not sure. I feel like maybe we should, well, I don't know. I feel like I'm already committed at this point. The dragon tail after this, yeah. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe early Great Hollow isn't the best strat because like I'm pretty sure this enemy dropped something, so like I need to kill him. Yeah, we get to enjoy the Ash Lake OST. I'm already regretting doing this, chat, but whatever. Hey Kuno, thank you for the 11 months. If I had a green blossom, that would help a lot, but I don't. He drops the Lord Vessel. You know, that would be like the one item drop where I would actually feel like this was worth doing. That would actually be kind of insane if he dropped the Lord Vessel, but I died. The odds are not in the favor of that. You like the way I'm making Seath suffer? I don't even have a homeward bone. This is top gameplay. Yeah, thanks, man. So much fun when you can't use the weapon and you do 2 damage. Hey, getting worse. Thanks for the 10 gifted. Why am I doing this? Pure suffering gameplay. Yeah. Prepare to go mad edition. Yeah. Prepare to die from boredom edition. This is the peak Rando experience. This is my own doing. I knew I shouldn't have done this, but our weapon actually does, like, the reason we're still doing damage is because the lightning isn't affected by the lack of stats. I wonder if it's better to wait for stamina. Probably not. Oh, we're almost there. Hey, Ultra Unlocking, thank you for the 2 months. Can also do this with the black dragon tail. Oh, I know. We're almost there, chat. Yeah, this is taking like 7 minutes. Maybe 6. Die. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. Lord Vessel, Lord Vessel. Nice. Epic. You know, the worst part about all this is I don't have a homeward bone, so I'm just gonna lose this. I'm gonna lose the souls as well. Unless I find a homeward bone, which is pretty unlikely. Bro, what the fuck? Black Knight Greatsword? Now I can't even fucking chop the tail, dude. Well, I mean, I can. It's just gonna be even worse. I'm not sure if the tail is even... I mean, I assume the tail can be like an important item. Oh, that turnaround animation kind of scared me. Oh god, there's a dragon butt in my... Oh god, there's 2 dragon butt? Fuck it, I'm leaving. I'm out of here. How bad is this gonna be? Fine, I'm gonna pray at his covenant and he's gonna give me a good weapon to chop his butt off with. Trust. Come on, baby. Alright, man. Do you get something for turning in one dragon scale? Oh, good God. It's gonna take 90 hits. The shield does 1. Oh, God. I don't want to do this again. It bleeds? Can you even bleed him, though? And even if you do bleed him, does that count as tail damage? I don't know if I want to do early grade hollow anymore, chat. Need 12 decks for the shield. I'm gonna punch your ass off. Just you wait. This is so fun. I'm glad you're enjoying this. Yeah, this run has basically just been dragon ass. All of this just to die to a fucking bone wheel or some bullshit, man. Like, why am I fucking doing this, actually? Whatever, I'm committed. It's gonna be like 10 sniper bolts up his ass. I'm having so much fun right now. I think we're almost there, guys. You two-hand your fist? No. He's got to be close. I think we're close now. Please. Please. What if you can't cut it with the fist? I mean, surely you can. Should just fucking roll into the water here, honestly. Oh, God. That was great. I mean, I'm not fucking climbing out of this place. Hey, we did get the Firekeeper soul, though. That is nice. And the doll, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we have BKGS, but we don't have the souls to use it, so... Doesn't really matter that much. I go through the Valley of Drakes, I guess. Hey, Venom, thank you for the Prime sub. The floppy dicks mod. I don't know, maybe. Haven't tested that one out. Did I talk to this guy?
Come back soon.
Oh god, the chain prisoner. Nice. Oh, that worked out well. Oh my god, another Firekeeper soul. Yeah. fuck out of my way. Is there a way to tell if it's a mimic bonfire from a glance? I don't think so. I kind of want to grab that RTSR item, but I don't know, that Drake. And the enemies there are pretty chill, but I'm just, I don't know. The Drake there is kind of sussing me out. I mean, normally there's Drakes there in the first place, but... Hello, Moya. Oh god, no. Rip Bozo. Payback. I think we were at 16 bosses in the last run. Oh no. Yeah, oh, thank you. You're still, oh my god, he didn't fall in the right spot. Alright, whatever, he only drops upgrade materials. Fuck this guy. I don't know why I even bothered. Hey Ruble, thank you for the 117 months. And my merchants suck. Well, not my merchants. Also the master key is here. That's kind of funny.
Oi!
Dude, my Andre last run was so stacked. I think if there was a bonfire here, I could see it. Yeah, the robe is lighter, but it doesn't really matter right now. I'm not trying to... I just need to loot more stuff. Dude, the Undead Parish bonfire is never in a good spot. This fucking thing. It's always just in... It's always like up in the fucking... the top area with all... like inside the hollow room. It's so bad. Why is that item is gone? Okay. Might be dead, actually. I know I probably shouldn't have ran through there. Did anyways, though. No! No fucking way, man. Everybody fucking go home, please. All right. Let's not mess up this jump this time. Oh god, this fucking blows, dude. That was kind of risky. Yo, what is that fucking rat doing? He's learning. He got his armor and his great bow. Oh. Fuck you, rat. Oh god, that hurts. Oh. Yeah, get fucked, buddy. Oh god, no. Come on, give me some rings. We need to get to the undead merchant. He might have some rings. If we're lucky. I think this guy's falling, but he's too fat. Ooh, a soul of smoke. Okay. That's nice. Go, go, go. Oh my god. Saved. Another master key?
Thank you, kind. Go.
I'm just gonna buy some Titanite. I don't think there's anything else I want to buy. We could get lighter, but I don't really think there's much of a point at the moment. We are also silent now, yeah. That's true. This doesn't seem too bad. Unless the fucking farmer guy wakes up and decides to fuck me in the back. God. Come here. Should be able to make this, surely. Oh god, that was fucking close. I mean, it wouldn't have killed me, but... Oh shit. A bonfire up here. Residence key? Isn't that the one for... Is that how you get to the... Right, that's just for Griggs. What is the key that you need to get to the depths normally without like the berg skip? How are you not? Oh yeah, the basement key. That's what you mean. Oh god. Oh, that could have been really bad. Okay, well that was fucking awkward as hell. Oh, I don't know where to loot, man. Oh, this run is feeling pretty grim at the moment. Oh yeah, we can level up a bit though. Wait, you can actually do it with the souls of... You can do the frame perfect dupe with the boss souls. Damn, I didn't know. Spoiled by last run? Yeah, I am. That's true. Wait, what were the stats for this thing? Maybe I should have got, oh, 24 dex. That's another weapon above 20 dex. There's 4 weapons above 20 dex. 22, 24, and 25. Watch this, chat. Oh god. Can I get through here? Should I really be going to the catacombs with a weapon I can't fucking use? I don't know about this one. Oh, a dragon butt and a DLC caster. Wow, that's fun. I can't do this. I mean, there's a dragon tooth there. Dude, I don't even fucking know what to do right now. This is fucked. Dude, the Undead Parish bonfire is like cursed as fuck in the bonfire rando though. Like, why is the Parish bonfire? It's always in like, it's in such a bad spot. Like, never fucking good. I'm gonna go loot the items. Buy butterfly. Fuck it. Reverse your weapon to use it. Oh, is this a boss weapon? Am I stupid? Oh. That advice would have been nice a little bit earlier. But, it's close enough. It probably is gonna get replaced quickly, but... Can I even use the Channeler's Trident? No, it's just as bad. Oh my... Got this fucking snake guy. Fuck it, dude. I'm just looting. I'm looting and scooting. Oh god. Oh god. Please don't kick me. Dude, he doesn't come all the way to the fog gate, does he? Fucking Artorias, dude. Oh my god, he's here. Yeah, come. Oh. He died, right? There's no way you survived that. How are you alive? Bro, you fell so far, bro. How are you alive? Can I jump over this? Oh, I can't. Oh, I think I missed my opportunity. Not the fucking... No! You know what? Whatever, man. I didn't really care about this run. I was honestly kind of like... I was kind of throwing there. I knew I might die. I honestly, if I fucking hate that the dark sign... Wait, now it's defaulted on yes. I think it, wait, why was it defaulted on no? I think it's because I interacted with like the blacksmith or something. There's like a meme in this game where if you've recently interacted with a merchant, it sets the default dark sign prompt to no. I think I would have gotten the dark sign out of there, but I just... It was on fucking no, and then I... Dude, that mimic was so aggro. It's not the dark sign prompt. Well, it's like any yes/no prompt. I remember when I would speedrun Dark Souls 1, there was like... something I was doing that would... It was like part of the route where when you would talk to Dusk... the prompt would be on no by default. So you could just say no, and then you just don't get Dusk. Well, it's yes by default, but there's things that can make it... There's things that can make it go to no. Which is what I was... That's the point I was making.